Huh? Uh-huh. Hey guys, I'm back. What's up? Hold on guys. I'm looking up a cave. Sand cave. Where is this?
This area is locked up. Looks like we gotta find another way in. This might be our way in. Right here. Oh wow, it is hot. That lady is going to told us the other way into this cave. Don't hurt my eyes a bit.
I gotta see some of these. It's an interesting story though.
The original Nutty Putty cave-like incident you have never heard of. When an explorer became trapped for 2 weeks, the entire incident became a spectacle, and the story only gets more bizarre as it goes on. The original Nutty Putty cave-like incident you have
You fucking
never
idiot.
heard of.
Hold on a second.
That's the real deal. Go for it.
Is this the same cave in which Floyd Collins?
Oh, is there not enough room for everyone in there? So, where should I wait? Yeah. Okay. It's gonna be a good room for lunch. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
This would be a great room for like a group selfie.
Yeah. We have made it to the top. Got all of our gear on. This one should be a little better, hopefully. Oh, dude. No way.
Oh, you motherfucker. Oh,
That way and squeeze down after that really cool formation room. And check out this wall right here. I think it's just like stacked rock. We're in some sort of little canyon. Dude! Keep going. Oh, that looks cool right there. Ooh, it narrows down a lot over here. I don't know if it does keep going, actually. I'll poke my head in, but I don't think it's gonna fit in there. No, it just dead ends anyway. Oh, this wall looks so cool. Nasty. least you found your way out.
That you don't have to do it, man. 6,800 subscribers. I mean, likes on this comment. The best part about cave exploring is that you don't have to do it. Bro, cave diving has to be some mental illness, I swear. 392. Like, I put LOL, I know, right? For the best part about cave exploring comment.
Oh, see the entrance. Oh yeah, we have made it. This cave tried to claim us, but we made it. Yes.
That's definitely not the one in Utah, I don't think. Hold on, y'all.
It's gonna be a good room for lunch.
Don't forget to like the video and subscribe.
It's gonna be a good. We have made it to the top. Got all of our gear on. And let's go check out this cave. Oh, it's such a tight entrance. Well, I can pretty much stand up at this point. Well, that's good. Pretty much stand up. All of our gear on. And let's go check out this cave. We have made it to the top. Got all of our gear on. And let's go check out this cave. Oh, it's such a tight entrance. Well, I can pretty much stand up at this point. Well, that's good. Oh, yeah, that's a column right there. That's insane. Dude, it does light up. You can see straight through it. That's wild.
It's not the one though. Oh, wait, what?
This crazy little passage. And Tim the Beast is gonna sit in this flooded passage. Right?
Oh, you idiots. Come on now. I don't think this is the cave.
Reach in, ground formation. Alright, guys. We're here at this crazy little passage. And Tim the Beast is gonna sit in this flooded passage. There ain't much room for anything in here. That's cold, isn't it?
definitely not it because you
Oh,
have to
you're
go
a
down
boss, man.
and then swim in the water.
No energy for that. Yeah, go under. Not over like me.
This would be a good room for lunch.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
This would be a great room for like a group selfie.
Yeah. Yeah, if we get it like all the way from up here too.
Here, get you guys on the shelf. This is really
Oh, hey, there's a perfect person.
This is social media versus reality. First off is the Siwa Oasis in Egypt. This place is known for these natural soft pools that won't let you sink. But in reality, this place does not look as appealing as in social media. Next up is the Fly Ranch Geyser in Nevada. This man-made geyser is known to spray natural hot springs, creating shallow pools. And in reality, this place looks very cool and I'd highly recommend checking it out. And lastly are the ice cave tours in Iceland. These ice cave tours are known to take you to many of Iceland's ice caves, exploring their natural beauty. And in reality, you should definitely experience this once in a lifetime activity. This is
Yeah, hold on. Where's the sand cave where Floyd Collins was?
This would be a good room for lunch.
Yeah, I agree.
Fucking
Yeah.
idiot.
This would be a great room for like
Shut up. Where's the sand cave where Floyd Collins died? Mammoth Cave National Park in KFC. Oh, Mammoth Cave what? Mammoth Cave. Oh, is that a spa? at the pictures. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Ah, you idiots, get over there. Ugh. Oh, I gotta work out for a little bit. Body's telling me. I gotta take a look at the photos. Negative 12. 20 feet deep. Hold on, you guys. Is that the actual cave? Mammoth Cave. Sand Cave. Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave. Fucking idiot. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Google. Fucking niggers. Slit their goddamn throats. Not even fucking around.
this sand cave is all about.
That's not it though, is it?
Dad, let's do
Show me the fucking places. Just, someone go there. So I don't have to get off my fat ass and do it.
They're told.
Outside the cave, and he ended up dying before they started digging a mine shaft to get it down to try and get it out because they were going to have to dig down. The passage he was stuck in was, just big enough for his body, and he wasn't trapped or anything. What happened is he was pushing his way up this passage and zigzag like this.
As a tourist attraction. However, its super remote location and sabotage from competitors kept visitors at a low. With his brother Homer's help, Crystal Cave, among many others, had been excavated in hopes of finding a connecting passage into the well-known Mammoth Cave. Ultimately, it would be this quest that would lead to the great explorer's demise when he became pinned at the leg in a squeeze that began closing in on him in a cave known to us as Sand Cave, but never explored. Lights of our helmet have this cave's name. As a tourist attraction, guests were encouraged to sign their name along the walls. Though we've heard Floyd himself signed more than 4 times that have been noted, we could not find those signatures on this trip. We did, however, see the remnants of excavation supplies and even a pair of shoes.
Go in the fucking cave, you sacks of shit. Where was he, though?
The will of like a puzzle of a million pieces.
It's so sad.
It's alleged that this area had not been visited.
That greatest
To
cave
the
experience.
entrance of Sand Cave on January 30th, 1925. He was 37 then and had spent upwards of 12 hours a day clearing gravel, sandstone, and lime. Heading into the cave with only a lantern to light his path, Collins crawled through a squeeze that was then described as a chimney no bigger than one's average-sized body, with jagged, protruding rocks that tore at flesh. when his body with jagged, protruding rocks that tore at flesh. When his lantern began to fade, Floyd decided to turn back. However, upon his entry into the squeeze, Collins knocked his lantern over and was left crawling in darkness. His foot became pinned by a fallen rock weighing nearly 27 pounds. After weeks of being entrapped in only 60 feet below the Earth's surface, Floyd's family said their goodbyes to their lost son. However, it would not be until 2 months later the shaft intended to rescue Floyd would be completed, and his body lay to a momentary rest in the family plot. Not long after, the property and cave had been sold with a clause that Floyd would be exhumed to be put in a glass case on display within the cave. However, and after an eerily successful run, grave robbers eventually stole Floyd's body and removed the leg that was caught and ultimately cost his life. They tossed Floyd's body in the river, and it would be recovered and replaced within the cave, only this time under chains, where it would remain for another 60 years before finally being laid to rest in a cemetery. The cave knows when again, but that will not keep the story of old Floyd Collins from being heard.
Wow. Hope you're liking this, y'all. Thanks for joining.
Hey you all, Carpetbagger here, coming to you live from the south. More specifically, so I tip my hat to you, Floyd Collins. May you rest in peace, finally, in the ground, buried much like you were buried inside of the cave.
That's cool.
Appreciate you guys watching. Come out here, pay your respects to Floyd, and if you have a chance, check out my website, www.thecarpetbagger.org. Also, like, subscribe, share this video, and if you'd like to donate a few dollars to Patreon, I will send you postcards while I'm on my road trips. Also, if you'd like to buy a t-shirt, the link is below. And thank you for watching.
Hold on. Exploring the cave Floyd Collins died in. How stupid. These motherfuckers don't write it. They just put some stupid shit in. I'm wasting my goddamn time on you nigger honkies. Faggots. Bunch of cocksuckers.
Hey Mum, bad news. I accidentally sat in the kitten this morning and snapped his neck in half. I know. I didn't mean to. I was so drunk, I just slipped over and sat on him. I accidentally slept with my stepsister. I know, I'm sorry. I was so drunk, I didn't know what to do. She's kind of hot, in a way. You know, we got closer together. And now, you know, we might get married. Hey Mum, bad news.
That's so stupid. My love took me down to the river to silence me. And when she left, I could not speak. Idiot. Exploring the cave Floyd Collins died in. Niggers. Died in. I want to go in that cave, but you motherfuckers. Appalachian? Oh, that is Appalachia. Hold on, guys, I want to find this cave. That's all I'm doing right now. Hope you guys are having a good time enjoying the stream. It'd be nice of y'all if you guys would just say something to the fucking cat. What the fuck? I love the Killers. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. Dun, 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 dun.
This area is locked up. Looks like we gotta find another way in. This might be our way in. Right here. Dang it. This area is locked up. Looks like we gotta find another way in.
I remember you. Incredible.
Sturkfontein Cave incident. It was September. September 29th, 1984, a cave explorer named Nuno Gomes was exploring unmapped sections of the Sturkfontein Cave in South Africa. He was accompanied by his two friends, Peter Verhulst and Malcolm, and together they planned to lay a guideline from the entrance to the farthest point of the wet cave area known as Normal Hall. The plan was for joined them. So if he could get through, the profits from the cave's exploration. Afterward, he immediately began working there. Since there was no significant entrance, however, many tourists avoided it. As a result, Floyd spent hours every day over the next few weeks digging deeper and deeper. On January 30th, 1925, it was snowing outside, and once again, Floyd went into the cave, only to find something shocking. Crawling forward with a lantern, he reached what was known as the turnaround room, called that way because many cavers would stop there and turn around, deeming it too risky to continue. The only way to go farther was through a tiny, narrow hole called the squeeze, which measured only 9 inches in height. Floyd, however, managed to push through. Beyond the squeeze, he saw a narrow pit dropping about 10 feet. He went down feet first and reached the bottom, where he found yet another pit. Squatting down, he removed the remaining rocks and debris and finally saw an opening into the main cave. He tied a rope in place and descended an 80-foot drop. Reaching the cavern floor, he was amazed by the sight, but noticed his light was starting to dim. Wanting to avoid being left in the dark, he climbed back up the 80-foot drop and began returning, moving backwards and pushing his lantern with his shoulder. Unfortunately, his lantern slipped into a tiny hole and shattered, leaving him in total darkness. Because the cavern was extremely unstable, Floyd knew he had to move carefully to avoid dislodging loose rocks. Unable to see, however, he kicked one loose, and it fell onto his left leg, trapping him. He tried freeing himself with his right leg, but the more he moved, the more rocks tumbled down, further wedging him in place. It was 10 a.m., and he began shouting for help, hoping someone would hear him. He remained there all day, and by 9 a.m. the next morning, nearly 24 hours after he had become trapped, two of the cave's owners arrived with their 17-year-old son, Jewel Estes, to check on him. They saw Floyd's coat hanging outside the cave and called his name, but no one answered, so they ventured deeper. Before long, the two owners turned back because the passages were too tight, but Jewel continued and eventually found Floyd, who asked him to call his brothers for help. Soon, Marshall Collins, Floyd's brother, and Lee Collins, Floyd's father, reached the entrance, finding a growing crowd watching the rescue attempt. Marshall and another man went inside to widen the passage, digging carefully so as not to send loose rocks tumbling onto Floyd. At 4 p.m., Floyd's other brother, Homer, arrived. Floyd had previously asked Homer to come along that day, so Homer felt guilty for refusing and did his best to help. He did reach Floyd, but a new problem emerged. The crowds outside had started multiple bonfires. The melting ice funneled water into the cave, creating mud and sending freezing cold water down toward Floyd. After 8 hours with Floyd, his brothers had to rest. Upon emerging, Homer grew furious at the huge crowd, telling people to leave if they couldn't help. However, none of them listened. Reporters began arriving, hoping to interview Homer. Tired of the questions, he told them to see for themselves inside the cave. Confusion and rumors spread. Some claimed Floyd was already dead or that the cave had collapsed entirely. Determined to prove otherwise, Marshall offered a $500,000 reward to anyone who saved his brother. As rumors spread more, however, he went in to check on Floyd himself and found him alive. Floyd managed to free one hand, suggesting they tie a rope around his chest to pull him out, but as soon as they tried, he begged them to stop, saying he felt like he was being pulled in two. Homer worked continuously, removing dirt and debris until he was utterly exhausted and needed medical attention. By Tuesday night, 95 hours after Floyd had become trapped, a reporter named Skeets entered the cave and installed a light bulb near Floyd. While removing rubble, Skeets exposed more of Floyd's legs, but still couldn't free him. His story and interview with Floyd were published, drawing even larger crowds. Hotels nearby were filled, and at least 1,000 people gathered around Sand Cave. All this activity further weakened the cave walls, putting it at risk of collapse, though nobody realized it at the time, as everyone was rooting for Floyd. At hour 123, the entrance to the pit collapsed, blocking any access to Floyd and cutting off deliveries of food and water. By hour 144, a team of workers formed to dig a new tunnel to reach him. The only way they could know if Floyd was still alive was the light bulb Skeets had installed. It was connected to another bulb outside, which would flicker when Floyd breathed. They dug relentlessly, but with no food or water reaching Floyd, combined with the cold temperature, his chances were fading quickly. By Friday, February 13th, the men had nearly reached him, and one worker reported hearing groaning about 10 feet away. However, at 1:30 a.m. on February 16th, a worker reached Floyd and found him already deceased. Initially, Floyd's body was left in the cave. After some time, though, his brother Homer arranged for its removal and gave him a proper burial.
That's crazy.
If you like this video, subscribe for similar ones or join my Discord to suggest another.
It's crazy.
This is a real Sturkfontein cave incident. It was September 29th. After multiple rescue attempts Sturkfontein cave incident. It was September 29th, 1984. A cave explorer.
Idiots.
This is a real thing. A man encountered a cave collapse and was trapped for more than half a month. After multiple rescue attempts.
Half a month? Holy shit, I would have been got him out. I guarantee you. Ugh.
His remains were taken away. The incident happened in Kentucky, USA in 1925. In that era, it was popular to develop caves into paid attractions. A man named Floyd Collins discovered a sand cave. The cave has a superior geographical location and is very suitable for developing city attractions. But the disadvantage is that the cave passage is particularly narrow. On January 30th, he entered the cave alone to explore. The passages inside the cave are intricate, and he hopes to find a passage suitable for transformation. After half a day of tossing, he found that the oil in the oil lamp was about to run out, which meant he should leave. However, at the moment he turned around, he accidentally knocked the oil lamp to the ground, and the cave instantly fell into darkness. Floyd was not afraid at this time, because this was not the first time he encountered this moment. An accident happened tightly, but fortunately head, which was similar to the legendary water drop torture. Floyd tried to turn his face downward to avoid the water drops, but doing so for a long time made it difficult for him to breathe, so he had to turn his face back to accept the torture.
Holy shit.
September 29th, 1984, a cave explorer named Nuno Gomes was exploring unmapped sections of the Sterkfontein Cave in South Africa. He was accompanied by his two friends, Peter Verhulsel and Malcolm, and together they planned to lay a guideline from the entrance to the farthest point of the wet cave.
Water no escape off. Exploration? What?
With hundreds of miles of caves crisscrossing an area only 7 miles wide and less than 400 feet deep, Mammoth Cave is a relatively shallow cave system.
I still gotta find a good seat.
The historic tour route includes the oldest toured section of Mammoth Cave, so it's had the most visitors over the years. Using 3D laser scanning technology, caves can be mapped in great detail, creating perspectives of Mammoth Cave that have never been seen before.
Methodist Church, what? Coffin. Bottomless pit. Wow, Sparks Avenue. Wow. International mapping. Mammoth Dome.
Get fascinated with the puzzle. And Mammoth is, for me, the biggest and most interesting puzzle because I've been in a lot of caves. They all ended eventually. This cave just keeps going and going and going.
I thought it said baby stuck in a cave. What? Babies are too small to be stuck in a cave. Freaking big.
This video is sponsored by Help Me Tell Bigger and Better Scored.
Hurry the fuck up and get to the goddamn point. Sacks of shit.
It will be cold and wet. The ground will shift beneath your feet and be pitch black dark. Tubes and shafts. Four these passageways will total more than 420 miles, or 676, or another 600 miles. Imagine that. 1,000 miles of cave. 1,600 kilometers of deep, dark, earthen tunnels, hundreds of feet below where you're standing. Because this maze exists. It's actually very famous about Kentucky's, well, some of it. The cave is actually so large that it stretches beyond.
Not been mapped out.
Well, some of it. The cave, where We're talking, of course, about Kentucky's Mammoth Cave, protected as a national park since 1941. Well, some of it. The cave is actually so large that it stretches beyond the park's borders. Technicalities. Let's talk about how it got that way. Let's talk about why time known as the Mississippian period. These tiny little sea critters die. Acid. I know, first. Characterized by the presence of caves, sinkholes, and underground streams and rivers. Mammoth Cave has these in abundance, and it overlays one of the largest karst regions in the world. But that doesn't entirely explain how Mammoth Cave got so big. If there's karst topography all over the world and caves, those passages have been preordained by the layout of the rocks. Its giant maze of passages. There are 5 separate levels to Mammoth Cave,
Okay.
each corresponding to a time when the
So sorry, guys. We're gonna listen to this, and
itself. Now, sandstone ridges sit
we're gonna make
on
our own
top
caves.
of the limestone. This is an arrangement known as cap rock because, you know, it sits on top like. This entrance was created when one of the upper level passages intersected with the valley forming outside of it. Still, collapses are rare, and that's because of the sandstone cap rock. This is also the reason you don't. That's because of the sandstone cap rock.
You motherfucker. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, what?
And neocult. And this is probably through the name and the power and they are. When they got to the house, they couldn't.
I didn't.
This poor little girl. She was so cute. I mean, I'm assuming.
I didn't show any signs of abuse. I was the best dressed kid in class. I mean, my mom would make my clothes, and I mean, I looked like I was very well nourished, and so we looked like the perfect family. We went to church all the time. The only way you're going to detect the kind of abuse I experienced with such intelligent and evil parents as I had is through investigations. I didn't show any signs of abuse. I was the best dressed kid in class. I mean, my mom was really badly hurt, and one of the men told my father, "You went too far." I was really badly hurt, and
It's an
one of the
interesting story.
men told my father, "You went too far this time. She's gonna die." And my dad was just like, "She's mine. I can do what I want."
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Visit BetterHelp.com/Padilla because sometimes existing
We're
is
gonna watch
exhausting.
this.
And if you want to watch this episode with no ads, completely uncensored, because this topic is innately going to have a lot of censorship, click the join button down below to become a member. Anyway. Hello, Mary.
Hi.
We originally reached out to you because we wanted you to be part of our human trafficking survivors episode, but your story is just way too complex. I feel like it needed its
entire own interview for us to get deep into all the elements of your story.
Thank you.
Can you get into the things that you witnessed as a child?
First, I want to say that my life is really good now. My recovery, though, was from child trafficking. My parents were my pimps. They prostituted me. They took child of me. And they also, some of the abuse would be considered by some people satanic ritual abuse. The things that were done to me are done to other children and included being placed in a coffin with a corpse.
It wasn't just any corpse.
It was my sister. My sister died when I was 9 and she was 11, and she was the person in the family I could trust. I couldn't trust our parents, and so I had some memory of thinking she was the lucky one because she died. She had brain cancer. She died in a hospital. She was not murdered, but then her body was taken to our church, and I was there. It was in the middle of the night or wee hours of the morning, and they made me watch while they mutilated my sister's body. What? They put a knife in my hand, and I've wondered, like, how did they get me to do that? And I really felt guilty that I had cut my sister's body, but really, my dad just said, do it, and I did it. I mean, that's just how it was.
Well, they give you plenty of reasons to fear him.
Oh, yeah, so many reasons to fear him. Before I went to kindergarten, we had a cat that had kittens. And so, you know, we loved the little kittens. And they made us stand at the side of the house while they, in a ritualistic way, killed our kittens. They threw the kitten at the house, and they had water there to drown kittens. I mean, these were several different kittens, but we had to stand for a long time watching our kittens die. And then they said the same thing will happen to you if you tell about the abuse.
And you blocked these memories out for
Till I was 37. So when I was first remembering my abuse, I kept having this image of my body as an adult being thrown at a wall. And I couldn't understand what that was about. But eventually I realized it was the kittens being thrown at a wall. I experienced another ritualistic event, was witnessing a black man being murdered on a cross. I was 8 years old. We had my dad's station wagon, my mom and dad in front, and I call him Dr. D in the back seat with me. And then we went to this shack out in the country, and the man let us into his house. There were 2 women, and there was another little girl who was just my size. The man knew us, but knew my father. He let us in, and then when he did, a gun was pointed at his head, and then the man was put tied to the cross, and a gun was held at my head, a gun was held at the little girl's head, and then 8mm camera. It was my mom took footage of it, and apparently the kind of people who like to see films of black men being murdered also like to see little girls without clothes on, because I was made to do something to that man while he was on the cross. He was told that if he would go along with it and pretend to die willingly like Jesus Christ did, that the little girl wouldn't be killed. And so he did. But then as soon as he died, as soon as his last breath, then the gun went off and the little girl was killed.
What the fuck?
And the gun was at your head as well?
There was a gun at my head, but it was taken away at that point, and I was told, you know, to leave. My mom grabbed my hand. I was supposed to leave because they set the shack on fire. And so I remember that I did not want to leave with the bad people. I wanted to stay with the good people and die. I knew I would die. The women were tied up in the kitchen area of it, and one of the women called out to me and said, "Little girl, you go and you tell what happened." And I used to think the woman was saying, tell what happened to me, tell what happened to us. But no, she was saying, tell what happened because she wanted me to have a reason to want to grow up. I've grown up, and I told, and I appreciate this opportunity to tell what happened because she wanted me to have a reason to want to grow up. I've grown up, and I told, and I appreciate this opportunity to tell. Ritual abuse, that was ritualistic. The White Cross, Black Man, and my therapist, when I told her about it, she said, well, that's a lot of imagery, so maybe it's symbolic. So that night, I have cousins with similar memories, so I called one of my cousins, and I told him what happened, and I said, did that happen to you? And he said, the black men I saw crucified were homeless. They weren't men with families. So he has seen black men crucified on crosses, and other of my cousins have too. And I've tried to call like the police and report this because
That's so sad. Excuse me. Okay. Let me know if you guys are in the chat. There's probably nobody there. So if you are there, how you guys doing?
Told him what happened, and I said, did that happen to you? And he said, the black men I saw crucified were homeless. They weren't men with families. So he has seen black men crucified on crosses, and other of my cousins have too. And I've tried to call like the police and report this because murder, there's no statute of limitations, but you have to know where it happened. And I just knew I lived in the Seattle area. I was put in a car. It seemed like I was driven a very long ways. I fell asleep in the car. I could have been driven to Canada, or I could have been, still in Seattle area.
And the ritualistic abuse. They were doing rituals to others, and the abuse was forcing you to be there and witnessing it. Is that right? Or were you incorporated into it beyond that?
I was 5. It was before we left our old house. And, another way they had killed kittens was hanging them. So I knew
so
you would die with a rope around your neck. They put a rope around my neck, and there were several men. And that's the time I saw my mom take money from the men. So it was sex trafficking as well as, but it's ritualistic in that there were several men, and they would pass me from one man to the next, and he would drop me, and then I would die. And I was passed to several different men, and I was really badly hurt. And one of the men told my father, you went too far this time. She's going to die. I heard him say that. And my dad was just like, she's mine. I can do what I want. And I really wondered if I was going to die. But my mother didn't care. That was perhaps the hardest part of that day, because I just looked at my mom and wanted her to care. I was really, really badly physically hurt, and she just didn't care. And that's when I tell about my abuse, I really want survivors to know that the emotional abuse was as bad as any of it. So I don't want survivors to compare what happened to me, what happened to them, because maybe theirs was emotional, maybe it was psychological, maybe it was a one-time incident, and that still can affect you deeply.
Do you blame the people in your life for not seeing the signs that you were being abused when you were being abused?
I didn't show
That's so
any
sad.
signs of abuse. I was the best
She's
dressed
a
kid in
beautiful
class.
young lady, though.
I mean, my
Holy
mom would
snap.
make my clothes. I mean, I looked like I was very well nourished, and so we looked like the perfect family. We went to church all the time. The only way you're going to detect the kind of abuse I experienced with such intelligent and evil parents as I had is through investigations.
Do you think that people are born evil, or do you think they become evil?
I know for a fact they were abused, and so they did the same thing that was done to them. One way I know that my mother was abused by her father is I saw my mother have sex with my maternal grandfather. It happened enough that he would go into my mother's bedroom with him, and they would give me chocolate chip cookie dough, and so that would be to distract me, so I would eat the chocolate chip cookie dough. But one time they had me come in. My grandfather had me come in and abuse me. And my mother's reaction, instead of being protective, she beat me after that was over because she said, "I'm his only special little girl."
Poor thing.
That's trauma on trauma
It's so
on trauma.
far beyond what a mother would do.
And people wonder why someone might repress these
Yes. Yes,
right?
it was to stay alive. Yeah.
In your documentary, it was even mentioned that a lot of times when children do experience abuse, especially abuse from a guardian figure, the only way for them to cope and survive when they're relying on that person to survive many times is to block out their memory.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
It does.
When did the abuse eventually stop?
It didn't end when I was a teenager. It continued to where I was a young adult.
Did you have trouble remembering those memories that it had continued into adulthood?
I had trouble sharing the fact that that happened. They could get me in a hypnotic state, and they did that when I was a child, and they drugged me sometimes too, but they could get me in this state, so they could keep getting me in this state later and into my young adulthood. But why it quit happening was because I started becoming my own person. I mean, the way I was raised, I had no sense of personhood. And I started seeing that I could make decisions. I started becoming my own person. I mean, the way I was raised, I had no sense of personhood. And I started seeing that I could make decisions. I was making important decisions as a social worker. And, I started trusting myself.
Do you remember the moment when you first realized that you had these memories, that this part of your life that kind of seemed like a void in terms of your memories, they actually had all these colorful images attached to them?
I was not the first one in my extended family to remember. So I had an aunt and 3 cousins with similar memories. And she talked to my parents. My parents had come to visit me, and I lived in the same city as my aunt. So I said, "Well, how did your visit go?" And they said, "Oh, well, we think she's crazy. We're never going to see her again." They said she thinks she was sexually abused by her grandmother, my father said by our grandmother. So when my parents left, I contacted my aunt and said, "Would you be willing to meet with me?" So we met. She told me I had witnessed abuse. And when she said that, I knew it was true. There was a part of me that just went, yeah, that happened. And so then I went to, I was in counseling with my ex-husband. We were in marriage counseling at the time. And so I stayed with that same counselor, and she said, "Well, just journal, just write down anything you remember from your childhood, no matter how benign, just anything." And so I started doing that. I was just in my living room alone, sitting on the couch, and I was looking at the wall across from me, and I saw a man's hand holding a dog gruffly. And that was my first image. So I went to my counselor and I asked for hypnosis. She just had me go up the man's hand, and I could see it was my dad.
What was it like, that moment, realizing that there was a part of your childhood that you would suppress? What was it like knowing that there was this whole new world to uncover, this horrifying world to uncover?
You know what? One of the things that struck me the most is just, I loved my dad. I didn't want it to be true because of me, but I didn't want it to be true because of him. And I remember thinking, I would give every physical possession I have to be able to continue to have a relationship with my father. But I had young children, and that was just I had to protect him. So I called him and told him about having seen the man's hand. That's the only memory I had. And he said, is this going to lead you to think I sexually abused you? I'm like, what? No, I don't think so. So he's the one who brought that up.
He volunteered that
And
information.
then he said, I guess this means I'll never see you again. And I'm like, I don't see that either. After that first memory, that was, the soul memory. But then the next time I went to hypnosis, the memory of my sister's mutilation of my sister's body came. And for some reason, and this shows how thrifty of a person I am, but the session wasn't over yet. And I'm like, well, we can keep going. And so another memory came, which was really upsetting. I started getting these memories just relentless. I mean, as I was falling asleep at night, I'd remember more. As I was waking up in the morning, just during the day, I'd have memories.
When you first recovered these memories, many people did not believe you, and maybe they still don't believe you. They say that it's too far-fetched and ridiculous. That sounds like something you only see in movies or read about in books. It doesn't actually happen to people. And then they say that there's no way that you can repress a memory like that and then suddenly recover it. So you made a documentary, and one of your goals with that documentary was to sit down and have an honest conversation with the people who doubted you. There's even a foundation. What is it? The False Memory Foundation?
Yes, False Memory Syndrome Foundation, yeah.
And their whole idea is to paint this picture that people who recover memories of being abused in their later life are making it up.
Yeah, I got to talk to the founder of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation on camera. There was a part of me, an unhealed part, that thought it was kind of like going back to seeing my mom, who was at that point deceased, and I just kind of thought maybe I could talk her into believing my memories are true, and then she would believe her own daughter. The people in this organization, many of the people in this organization are accused parents. And I think she thought she could get me to not believe my memory. Right. And, of course, neither happened.
She really did try to make you believe that your memories were false.
She did.
And that was a lot. I saw people in the comments sharing the same feeling I had, where they're like, it must be the most difficult thing. Almost, how could you sit there with someone telling you that your memories are false? These memories that you have that completely shaped who you are, implying that you're a liar.
They were hard interviews. I am so glad I have that behind me. I'm not going to put myself in that position again, but the footage to me is just amazing.
Some people might say, I'd rather not remember a horrifying situation. My body did a great job of keeping that traumatic event from being part of my everyday recollection. Do you feel better having unlocked all these memories?
My life is so much better. I remember it was maybe a year after my memories came, but looking in the mirror and I could see the light in my eyes. I used to just stay worried all the time. I'd have some worry this, worry that, worry about my social work cases, whatever, but I would be constantly worried because I had to block out so I didn't remember. And now, I can enjoy the food I eat. I have such a nice life.
And for just a quick moment, I'd like to thank our sponsors who helped make this series possible. So huge thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this episode. Therapy has helped reframe my view of the world and myself by allowing me to feel empathy for my younger self and therefore understand who I am today better. But therapy can be customized to whatever is right for you, and it can be useful in helping with motivation or feelings of depression, anxiety, stress, insecurity, or whatever else you might need. BetterHelp screens all their therapists to ensure that they have experience and that they're certified and licensed, and provides customized therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone or speak over the phone if that's not something that you're comfortable with. One of the most difficult parts about getting into therapy for me was finding a therapist that I actually connected with, and the price of finding a therapist can be expensive and overwhelming, which is why BetterHelp offers a more affordable alternative to in-person therapy, where you can start communicating with your therapist in less than 48 hours. And those are just some of the reasons I'd like to thank BetterHelp. We're giving I Spent a Day with viewers and listeners 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/Paddy. That's betterhelp.com/Paddy. Many people would say, if that ever happened to me, there's no way I would talk publicly about it. That's horrifying, and that's, in many ways, people would say it's shameful to have experienced those things, to have taken part in those things, especially because you were forced to do things literally with a gun to your head, but you still participated in those things. Why is it that you talk about it publicly?
To help other people, to help fellow survivors. I mean, that's my life's work. I don't judge other survivors who don't talk about it publicly, and I've actually known people who talk about some of it, like the incest, but they don't talk about others, and they'll maybe not talk about the child trafficking. I actually had someone who said, I just recently went public about the sex trafficking.
Finally doing this, guys.
Trafficking,
Holy
but
shit.
she said, I won't tell anyone about the ritualistic abuse. The satanic ritual abuse is the last
Negative.
thing people will talk about. And I so appreciate being able to talk about it here because
88,
they just say
78.
we're crazy. They just say we as survivors are crazy.
Is that the number one thing you're told you're crazy about?
Yeah. That's the thing I'm most criticized about. I mean, I've had friends who say, don't put that in your films. Don't go public about that. You'll be too criticized. They won't believe any of it when you say that.
I mean, you wrote a book, and you included it in the book. I think one of the most interesting parts about this is how happy you look. I mean, it's called My Life Now, because you know, one of the reasons that you're talking about this is that you want to show that you can experience these very horrible things in your life, but you can grow beyond it. You can literally have yourself smiling on a book, talking about the most horrific things that anyone could possibly imagine.
Yes. They have 3 essays in it that tell in detail the bizarre abuse. And they are, well, like one of my friends said, it's the most brutal thing I've ever read. But some people do want the details, so they're in there. But you can read about the good parts of my life. Psychological benefits of delayed recall. My life is better because I didn't always remember the abuse.
Right. Have you received any backlash or hateful comments from, online telling your story?
Very little. My film has been viewed about 1 million times. I've gotten a few negative comments. And mostly I get survivors telling their story, but I get a lot of thank yous. And so I want to say that because I was afraid horrible things would happen to me if I told. I mean, my parents said horrible things would happen to me
Fucking
if I
save
told.
this shit.
And my life has been good.
It seems so difficult, the idea of finding closure after experiencing that, or forgiving the people that did these horrific things to you. But in your documentary, you show you at the gravesite of your parents, and I broke down in the tears a bit watching the way that you talked to your parents there. You had a photo of your father when he was a child, when he was just 5 years old, and you were looking at him and talking to him as if he were still that age.
Yeah, but then the next thing I did, I brought that home with me. I put it up in my house, and then I'm like, there's no place for this. There's no place for him in my life. And I went back to the grave again, and I left the photo. I left the framed photograph there, and I just said, you have never been a father to me. God is the only father I've ever had because fathers are protective. Some people say forgiveness is necessary, and I don't believe that. I think that survivors need to find their own way to find closure. I'm not angry and I'm not sad thinking about my parents, so to me that's acceptance. Whether it's forgiveness or not, someone can tell. I used to talk about forgiveness as the F word.
If you don't forgive, you go to hell. That's so
I've seen
stupid.
people being like
God
pushing
knows.
themselves too hard.
He understands everything, and he's the one at fault, because he's the one that put you here in the first place. I think he regrets it, so he made it right by sending Jesus.
I think being gentle with yourself. I think
Oops, I messed up. I'm so sorry. And he's like really sorry.
Giving yourself time.
So boom.
Those are things that are healing. But if you push someone to forgive, sometimes who they don't forgive is themselves. And forgiving yourself is I do believe that's essential. The other thing I want to talk about that really helped me when I was a child is people being kind. People being kind to children. I had teachers who were so kind to me. I had a science teacher in high school who I was I had changed schools, and the school I came from was way behind. He said, well, I can work with you after school. And so he did. And I'd read the chapters, I'd ask him questions, and after just about 3 or 4 times, he said, well, you're caught up now, and you don't need to come in anymore. And he laughed. And at that moment, I didn't remember my abuse, but I'm like, there's something unusual about this transaction. And it was like he could have said or done something to me that was wrong, and he didn't. When you're abused like I was abused, having a good person in your life means so much. It means so much more than anyone would think. And yeah, I think that's a way to save children like me, because there weren't any signs of me being abused. There really weren't. What I believe is you can save a child's life even if you can't rescue that child. People want to rescue children, I get it. And I do too. But there's some children you may not be able to rescue, but you can still save their life just by being good.
You might not even know that they need.
But you can still save their life just by being good.
You might not even know that they need rescue.
No, none of my teachers knew it. None of my teachers knew I needed rescue.
So be good to children?
That's right.
Be kind to children?
Be kind to children. Any chance you get, be kind to children.
And that could be the thing that makes them feel like life is worth living?
Yes, it did for me. It absolutely did for me.
If there is anyone watching who has gone through something similar, whether it be the trafficking or the satanic rituals,
he's cool.
and maybe they're even having trouble recalling some of these memories, or they've had some of these memories and they've had people from all different directions just like you tell them that they're just making up these memories, is there anything that you want to say to them?
Yeah, I really, and I would say that psychotherapy is usually needed in that situation. And I've gotten an email from someone saying I don't trust psychotherapists, and I offered to talk to them on the phone because, maybe hearing my voice would make a difference, but you really are probably going to need psychotherapy as a part of your healing journey. If you're just really not comfortable doing that, or like the young woman who contacted me from Pakistan, it's just not available, then journaling could be helpful. There's private Facebook groups. Contact me and I'll help you get in contact with those private Facebook groups. You really need some support. You cannot do this on your own. What I really say to someone who's a survivor is I hope you find a really good psychotherapist, because that can make a difference. I did get ready to remember before I remembered. I did. I remember thinking, all my clothes are crap, and purposely thinking, I'm going to shop for things that show my figure. I bought a dress, and I'm like, I look just like a bimbo. I'm buying this, and that lady at the...
Bimbo I've always dreamed to be.
Yes, the lady at the dress shop was like, I've heard other people say that, but they never bought it. So anyway, yeah. The dress shop was like, I've heard other people say that, but...
So sad, though.
The room was pitch black at this time. Then he turned on the lights, and blanketing the walls were all of these devices, and I realized I had every reason to be afraid of dark. It was a room to torture somebody in.
Hello, Alicia.
Hi.
Was this Padilla? Oh, hell yeah, I love this
This episode
guy.
is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/Padilla because sometimes existing is exhausting. And if you want to watch this episode with no ads, completely uncensored, because let's face it, this episode is gonna have a lot of censorship, click the join button down below to become a member. Anyway, you were the first
Going to pi.org.
reported internet-related child abduction victim. I had you on a few years ago on the I Spent a Day with Kidnapping Survivors episode. First, can you explain the story of what happened? Last time we didn't get to get into all the details, and I feel like people really wanted to know more about you and your story.
Pisses me off I had to do that.
So this was back in 2002, and the internet was so different. And some of your viewers may remember that. I mean, gosh, do you remember the sound of dial-up?
You mean...
Exactly, it was so different. And there was no internet safety education. Nobody knew how dangerous it was. And when I first got online, it felt like it was this middle school utopia. It was before kids were even cyberbullying. It hadn't gotten to that point yet. And all the popular kids were talking to the not so popular kids, and it was just this like perfect little club treehouse kind of thing. And it wasn't that we weren't certainly inviting our parents into our little secret world, but they physically could not figure out how to get into it. And so online, talking to my friends from school, feeling super safe, they're introducing me to their friends and their friends and their friends, and now it's strangers, but all interconnected. And somehow through this process, I was introduced to somebody who I thought was a boy around my own age. He begins talking to me, and what I don't realize is that he was grooming me.
So what does that look like?
So grooming is so simple, and people really try to stretch it out into these scientific terms and all of this, but grooming is really just pretending to be just a child's friend. Telling them what they want to hear versus what they need to hear.
Just gaining trust?
Gaining trust, but also seeing them for who they really are. And a predator's goal is to make them feel like they are enough.
So they give you something, and that something is this empowerment, this feeling that you are enough as you are. But you don't realize that the feeling is this kind of warped perception that they're giving you, that it's because of them, that the source of you feeling enough is them.
Well, it's pure manipulation. It's really easy to manipulate people when you're just going to tell them what they want to hear. The other thing about grooming is it really is like brainwashing. The whole point of brainwashing is to get you to essentially be somebody else and do things that you wouldn't typically do. Looking back, the night that I was kidnapped, I did something that was so completely out of my character.
This goes on for 9 months.
Yes.
What happened at the end of that 9 month period?
We're having a family meal. It's New Year's Day, 2002. Looking back at that moment, I'm
Get the fuck away. Oh my gosh.
smiling because that was the moment before everything in my life changed. If choices were made differently at this point, this may have never happened to me. And I hold on to that as like the moment before we said grace, and it was the last moment of grace in our lives. My mom, she gets up and she's about to make dessert. I look at her and I say, Mom, my tummy hurts. Can I go upstairs and lie down? And instead of going upstairs to lie down with my sad tummy ache, I sneak out of the front door, past the Christmas tree that was up, and into the coldest, darkest, iciest night that you can imagine. And I never went outside alone after dark. And on this night, completely out of my character, walked out of my front door. I was just popping outside to say hello to my friend. Does that make sense? Not really.
But it seems innocent enough,
It
right?
is innocent.
You were told that he was just going to come over, say hi real quick, and you were going to pop right back inside.
Yeah, I was just going outside for a moment. I walk up the street just about a block or so, and if I turn around, I can see my house. And this is my neighborhood, so I feel pretty safe. And there's nobody there. And it's so quiet. Snow has this ability to be very deafening, right? And very peaceful. And in that peaceful, quiet moment, I heard this little voice. And it said, Alicia, what are you doing? Turn around, go home, this is dangerous. And I listened to it. And I went to turn around, and then I heard my name being called. And sometimes I still hear that him saying my name.
Was it a voice that you expected?
No. The next thing I knew, I was in a car. And this man was squeezing my hand so tightly that I thought it was broken. And he was barking commands at me, be good, be quiet, the trunk's cleaned out for you. And he made me look in the back seat, and in the back seat there was a bag with a bunch of ropes and chains and stuff like that in it. And when he said he was put me in the trunk, I believed him. Immediately, I knew I was no longer in control of my life, and if I did the wrong thing, he would put me in the trunk. And I think Sopranos was very popular at the time, and I remember bodies going into trunks. Like, people don't come out of trunks alive.
And that grooming was just to get you outside your house, because the facade completely was shattered the moment that He grabbed your arm.
Right. I watched the street signs go from familiar to not recognizing them at all, to the moment that he hit a toll booth. I had a surge of hope that once he got up to that toll booth, I would be able to scream out to this person, and I thought that this person in this toll booth would recognize this little girl crying in the front seat, and I would be rescued. And I kept this hope and this hope and this hope. And then the money was exchanged, the gate went up, and he kept on his way. And each time, like, the toll booth would happen, it was just this constant, just helplessness. He drove about 5 hours from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I lived, to Virginia. And I remember the sound of the car stopping, and him dragging me out of the car, and pulling me into this house, and down a flight of stairs that... It was really just like a flight of stairs into a basement, but in my mind it was this winding, crazy labyrinth that I would never find my way out of. And it was this wooden door with a padlock on it, and he opened up the padlock, opened up the door, pushed me inside, and followed him behind, and propped me up on this table. He picked me up like I weighed absolutely nothing, and I was very tiny, and he was so much bigger than I was. And the room was pitch black at this time, and I already told you I was afraid of the dark, and I sometimes wonder if he knew that, and that's something he was playing off of. But he made me look at him, and he said, "This is going to be really hard for you. It's okay if you cry." And then he turned on the lights, and blanketing the walls were all of these devices, and I realized I had every reason to be afraid of the dark. It was a room to torture somebody in. We tend to call these kind of people monsters, and what they do is monstrous, that they get pleasure from hurting others. And there's hardly, I can't really think of anything more sick and disturbed and awful than that. In any interview you ever see me in, I will not say his name, and you would not get it out of me if you asked. It was absolutely not. I used to call him the monster. And then I realized that, yes, he did something monstrous, but if we call them monsters, we're making them almost supernatural. We're making these terrible, awful people something that maybe we can't fight, or that would be so hard to fight. And really, they're just puny little evil humans. But of course, I didn't feel like that at the time. After he had said that, turned on the lights, and I looked at all of these awful devices, he then removed all of my clothing, put a locking dog collar around my neck with another padlock, and raped me for the first time. Over the next 4 days, I was raped and beaten and tortured in that basement. He broke my nose in one of the struggles, and I learned very quickly that fighting him was not the way to get out again. I was very tiny and very weak and not very strong. He was never going to take me home, and I knew that. So my only power I had, the only way that I possibly could fight back, was really by not fighting, was by doing anything and everything I had to do to survive, no matter how humiliating or brutal or disgusting or painful. Because I knew that the minute I was of, and I hate to say it, but I don't have another way to say this, of no use to him, and the minute I was too much trouble, he was going to kill me. One of the things that instinctively, for whatever reason, popped into my head was that he sees you as an object. And if you can make him see you as a human, it will be harder for him to kill you. On the last day, which I didn't know was the last day, he said, "I'm beginning to like you too much. Tonight we're going to have to go for a ride." And I realized that at that point, he was becoming attached. And it was going to be harder for him to get rid of me. And so that morning, he fed me for the first time. And then he left for work. For the first time, I was alone, and I was with my thoughts. And what kept me going was my family, and that I knew that they were looking for me. And I had this idea, and I think so many kids do, that like your parents really are superheroes, and I knew that they would find me. If it meant that they had to go wake the president up and steal Air Force One,
Yeah.
they were going to go do that. And then it went to, when was the last time I told my parents that I really loved them? I wouldn't be there for them when they needed me most. That he would take my life, and maybe they would find my body, maybe they wouldn't. But I wouldn't be there to comfort them. I wouldn't be there for them. And that's when I felt more powerless than anything ever in the world, that there were no words for that. Hours had passed by, and I drifted off, and I don't mean to sleep, but just disassociated. When something is so terrible, your brain and your body sometimes are just like, I'm gonna get you away from here to a happy place. And that's what happened. I just floated away, and I was brought back to awareness by these voices and these people who sounded really quite angry and screaming something about having a gun. And I heard the door crash in, like as if people breaking into the house. And in my completely confused, hopeless, broken mind at this point, I thought he had sent people to kill me. So I heard, clear, 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 clear. Today I'd be like, oh, hey, that's the police. I would have watched SVU for, right? Like, I'd have this concept. I didn't know then. And I knew that these people were looking for something, and I figured it was me to kill me. So I rolled underneath the bed to try to hide from them, and I stayed as quiet as I possibly could. I put my hand over my mouth and just total fear. And I must have made some sort of noise because I heard this man say, movement, over there. And I watched these, he had regular sized feet, but in my mind he had like a giant, and his giant feet walked from the side of the bed that he was standing onto the side that I was hiding under, and like thump, 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 thump. He stopped, and he said, crawl out and put your hands up. In this very forceful, scary voice. And I remember crawling out from underneath of that bed, dragging that cold, heavy chain behind me, trying to cover myself because I had no clothing on, and raising my hands and staring at the end of the gun, and thinking that this is it, this is the moment I'm going to die. But then he turned around, and I saw that it was law enforcement by what was written on the back of his jacket, and all these officers and agents rushed into that room, cut the chain from around my neck with the jaws of life. It's the moment I'm going to die. But then he turned around, and I saw that it was law enforcement by what was written on the back of his jacket, and all these officers and agents rushed into that room, cut the chain from around my neck with the jaws of life. So they set me free, and they gave me a second chance at life, and I'm so incredibly lucky to be here. And people have said that to me since the moment I was rescued. You're so lucky, you're so lucky, you're so lucky. And every time I say it, I even realize more so how lucky I am. Because this wasn't a day and age where they could have tracked my cell phone or my Apple Watch, or that there were even really any records of anything. And my rescue was an absolute miracle. While he had me, he had been live streaming what he was doing, and somebody who was watching this because they wanted to watch it recognized me from my National Center for Missing Exploited Children poster that had been sent out. Somehow he was able to recognize the little girl in this horrendous video as the little girl on the missing poster, and it led to my rescue. They were able to track down his IP address. That person reached out to the FBI, had very little information, but he did have one of the screen names that the perpetrator used, that they were able to track the IP address to the house that I was being put captive in. And really, it was one horrible person coming forward about another. And it makes me think something, though, that look at the good that came out of that. Somebody doing something good for the wrong reason, which was to protect themselves, because now they were involved in all of this, and if he'd killed me, it wouldn't go well for them either. But you had somebody who was doing the right thing, quite possibly for the wrong reason. So think of how much good doing good can do, how much more powerful that is. I learned that there is so much bad, there is so much evil, there's so much cruelty in this world, but I've learned that there is so much more good. The good has to speak up. Good has to stand up. Good has to be louder. It's easy for evil to be loud. So good has to be bigger and brighter and stronger than the evils of the world. So that's why we have to stand up and we have to do what is right, because good doing good is so powerful.
Do you remember when you first saw your parents?
After I was rescued, I stayed with, for the evening, a family. They probably will see this or something, and I was worried about that, because they were so, so lovely, but they were too lovely. They made me so sad, because I thought that I would never have that again. That evening, I was told that my parents would be up to get me. Of course, they start walking, right? My parents would be up to get me, and I sat up that entire night waiting for them, and they didn't show up. And I remember thinking, my mom would always tell me, there's nothing you could ever do that would make me stop loving you. And I was thinking, this has to be the one thing that my parents no longer love me and they no longer want me. And when I woke up the next morning, I was told that my parents were unable to get on a commercial flight because the media attention had been so intense, so that they were flying them up on a private jet. And they take me to this tiny little private airport in Virginia. And I can remember my parents walking in, and my mom was behind my dad. My dad ran up to me, and I'm so close to my mom. My mom and I like finish our sentences, and we're so, so close. But my dad ran up to me and he hugged me, and he's been quoted in the newspaper, which is so funny, as saying that if you could duplicate this hug all over the world, there would be no more wars.
No,
Which is so cute. It's such a dad thing. Isn't that
yeah.
so sweet? But it really was. Because in that moment, we were safe. Up until that point, I had been surrounded by law enforcement and people who would probably protect me very well. Nobody was going to protect me like my dad. And in that moment, the nightmare really ended. It was an incredibly emotional moment, and pure joy. I mean, imagine you're hanging off of a cliff, and you know you're going to fall, but somehow you get picked up, and the people who can make sure this never happens again are right there for you. It was a miracle, and it didn't feel real. That also felt surreal.
That's what I was just saying, surreal moment.
While, honestly, anytime I would wake up, I would be really afraid that my life up until that point had been a dream. I still sometimes think that, like, it's been a really long dream at this point.
Right.
But what if?
Is it the dissociation? Is it just it's so unbelievable how things happen to someone, especially you?
I tell my story so much. And honestly, I don't want to say it's harder to tell today, but it is in some ways. Because I have healed so much. Back then I would say it, and it was like I was in a storm. But now I'm in the sunshine, and I'm happy, and I have to go back into the storm and realizing how miraculous this really all is. And everything fell into place for a lot of reasons, and it's nothing short of a miracle.
So one of these fuckers getting out of the... Oh, wow.
So was there a normal life?
I fucking screenshotted you, cocksucker. Oh, what a nigger.
I don't want to say that for everybody. Some people may be rescued, and they wake up, and it's different for everybody. But for me, there was nothing normal to go back to. We had, as a family, gone through war. My bedroom, even though it looked exactly the same, was different. That front door that I walked out of, walking back into it, was different. Everything was different, and everything became... This is the first time I'm doing this again. It's all these firsts again. It's very interesting in the healing process. For me, I really thought that I would have some nightmares and maybe some flashbacks, and I didn't realize how real it all was. You don't get better in that way. I mean, you do get better, but it doesn't go away. It's always there, but you make room for the trauma in your life. It's there, you carry it with you, but there's more and more room to carry it in. And when you really start to heal is when those nightmares or the flashbacks, which can happen immediately or 20 or 30 or 40 years later, it's that they don't bring you down for the day. That you bounce back quicker to your healed point.
Do people blame you or your parents for you being in that situation?
There was a lot of victim blaming, and it was difficult for me because when I talk about like making good choices, I walked outside, and it took me a long time to not feel guilty for that, to forgive myself.
The fact that it was 4 days, you mentioned that.
Yes.
People were like, oh, only 4 days. Oh, I thought this was one of the really bad cases. It was just 4 days. So
That was something that was really difficult too, because
I'm gonna beat you, motherfucker. I'm gonna beat you, you motherfucker.
And I didn't have an answer. If you
I beat that cocksucking little nigger.
or 500 feet, you're still going to hit the ground just as hard.
Where's that little cocksucking nigger
Again,
at?
it's not what happens to us, it's how it impacts us. And we can't compare traumas and say, well,
Fucking nigger.
this happened to me and it was worse, or this happened to me and it's not as bad. Pain is pain. And it's not what happened. Again, it's how it
Fucking nigger.
you.
You went into the courtroom and had to see face to face.
And I can't go without thanking BetterHelp for sponsoring this episode. Therapy has helped
God
reframe my view of the world and myself by allowing me to feel empathy.
Fucking nigger.
Therefore, understand who I am today better. But therapy can be customized to whatever's right for you and
Fucking
useful in
nigger.
helping with
I'm
motivation,
gonna slit these motherfuckers' throats.
depression, anxiety,
God damn
stress,
them.
insecurity, or whatever else you might. BetterHelp screens all their therapists to ensure that they have experience and that they're certified and licensed. Doing customized therapy that includes video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone or even speak over the phone if that's not something that you're comfortable with. One of the most difficult parts of starting therapy for me was finding a therapist that I actually connected with. And
No, get
that
the
price
fuck out of here
started
with
to get
this
overwhelming,
cocksucking
which is why
nigger
BetterHelp
shit.
listeners 10% off their and you have no idea. However, groceries delivered as well. And there are thousands of grocery stores to choose from, so you find the best one in your neighborhood and boost your local economies each and every quarter. And for a limited time, viewers and listeners of the show will get 50% off your first DoorDash order up to $20 value when you use code PADIA at checkout.
I'll kill that fucking nigger who doesn't stop
That's
shooting.
50% off up to $20 with no minimum subtotal and zero delivery fees on your first order. Download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code PADIA. I'm only going to say this one more time, okay? That's code PADIA for 50% off your first order with DoorDash. Now, back to the world of Alicia Puzzle.
You went into a courtroom and had to see your
fucking nigger.
How old were you at that time?
I was either 15 or 16 when
I'm gonna slit these motherfuckers' throats too.
Now, he did
Faggots.
a plea bargain, so he gets a lesser sentence of 19 years and 7 months. But I went in and I did a victim impact statement. I was put on the stand to ask questions. I was told that day that this would be very empowering for me, and that I would be able to stand there and say, "You hurt me, and you're gonna feel so strong," and I didn't. I felt awful. I had moved on at that point. I actually went from that testimony to, I think it was like homecoming football game night, and I did flag corps and I went and performed. Like, my life had started to rebuild, and that felt like going backwards. Years later, he was released early, 2 years early. Found this out through a reporter in Pittsburgh who messaged me and was like, "Hey, just wanted to let you know, are you aware that so-and-so," I gotta not say his name, but so-and-so has been released, and he's 4 miles from your parents' house. Did anybody tell you this? No, we were not informed, and you're supposed to be informed. The question immediately was, did he choose to be put there? And I found out that he had been there for months, and he didn't have an ankle monitor on, and all of these things where, quite honestly, the system failed. And then I had posted about this, there had been news stories about it, and I had a bunch of survivors reach out to me and say, "Hey, this is happening to me. The person who abused me, they're my neighbor. I was driving through the neighborhood and I looked over at the car, and the person who abused me was in the car next to me." This was actually very common, or somewhat common at least. And they said, if you can change this, if you can stand up, you have a voice, you have a platform, maybe it'll make a difference. And that's what gave me the strength. So I reached out to my lawyer and I said, is there anything I can do? Can I do some sort of testimony and speak to the judge? Not having any idea that because he was a free person, he would have the choice to be in that room or not. And he made that choice. So That day I wrote my testimony that morning. I just like,
Yeah.
and I just let out everything. And the judge was standing in front of me, and I had my back turned, and he was on the other side where my parents were behind him, and I remember thinking, he would give to me first. When I left that room, though, I had that feeling that they told me I was going to have years ago. I felt empowered. I chose to be there that time, and it was for a good reason. It wasn't because I had to be. It was because I was standing up for my family, and I was protecting them, but I was also speaking up for all of these people whose offenders were released into their communities. And like I said, that's what gave me the strength to do it.
So how do you navigate that, knowing that he is out there? He is free to make decisions and do what he wants.
I had to learn that that's not my responsibility.
You don't hold on to that thought?
No, it's not. I don't have any power over that. It wasn't my job to sentence him. My only job now is to live my life. It did bother me at first when I would think about him waking up and putting on shoes and just being a person and going outside and getting fresh air and enjoying a sandwich. And then I have to stop. Because in the scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Because something people ask me all the time, this is possibly quite important. I remember one of my presentations, somebody came up to me like, have you forgiven him yet? I don't have to forgive him. Nobody has to forgive anybody. I get that you don't want to carry the anger, you don't want to carry the rage, you want to let it go. It's just that I refuse to let it matter. When people ask me what is helping me to heal, it would really be a large part due to my advocacy. That I gave this horrible, awful thing that happened to me a purpose and a reason. There's this saying, which I'm sure you're well aware of, that things happen to us for a reason. And it's very comforting. Now I've been speaking in schools for 20 years, and you're brought up in the presentations often.
They bring me up now?
They do. It is the coolest thing. Like, I'll have, like, it's typically boys. They'll raise their hand. I have a question for you. Were you on Anthony Padilla? I saw you on Anthony Padilla. It's really amazing, and it was another reason why I wanted to come out and speak with you about the danger that kids are facing, because they are listening. We teach kids to look both ways before they cross the street. We teach them to touch the top, but when it comes to predators, parents are uncomfortable to talk to their kids, and we need to change that, because the second that they're on that device, they're at risk. Predators are so incredibly good at what they do, and the predator image, the person that the people who are predators has changed so much that when you ask a kid, because I do this, I'll say, okay, who describe a predator for me? And they'll say, an old man. Recently they said an old man in his 30s.
Me?
But then I did realize that the predator was in his late 30s, so they are right. But the fact is that just like anybody can be a victim, anybody can be a predator. And what I really want kids to know now is that the predators are getting younger and younger and younger. They don't need to catfish. They don't need to pretend to be somebody else. That is their real social media. But what they're hiding, and we hinted at this before, is their intentions. They're going to be wherever the kids are, because that's their intended target. They're not going to go somewhere else. And there's some really interesting ways in which they're grooming kids now. I've heard of children being groomed on the Bible app.
Which is they go to places where it seems the least likely for a predator to be.
And that's the thing too, is that predators are so far ahead of kids. So we have like predators are here and the kids who are falling behind, and law enforcement is way back here, and parents are like, it's really tricky, and that's why we have to teach the kids. Predator goals have changed as well. This next thing, which is sextortion. Every child is at risk for this. Every single child will most likely have to make a choice at some point to send a photo or not. So that kid sends the photo, and what happens very quickly is there's a couple of different ways and a couple of different predators who do this, but they will then say, well, if you don't send me more photos, here's your mom's address at work, I'm going to go talk to her. Here's your teacher, here's this, here's that, and I'm also going to post this online. and they really will.
So just getting that one photo is enough for them to have full and complete control over
those chains of shame and fear are just as strong as the chains that held me in a basement. Those kids are just as trapped. And that's why we have to talk to kids about these things. We can't expect them to know. But it's not about fear. Again, it's about empowerment. If you know it's dangerous, if you know how to protect yourself, then you can. But in the same vein, advocacy has sort of become, when people talk about healing, almost like a step in the healing process. That people, I'll read news stories of kids who've been recovered or something terrible has happened to really anybody. It's like, I wonder what they're going to do with their lives and how they're going to help people. That's not your responsibility.
Many survivors are almost led to believe that it's their identity to be the fear-ridden survivor.
Well, I have a friend who, she was out at lunch and she was laughing and having a good time. Her child had been missing for, I think, 17 years at this point. And people actually came up to her and were like, what are you doing laughing here? Your child is missing. Are you okay with that? Like, they attacked her. And people do that. And it is, like I said, don't ever suppress your joy. If you want to laugh, laugh. It is part of who we are. It doesn't go away, but it is not who you are. It is not your identity.
Can you talk about the Alicia Project and Alicia's Law?
Basically, the whole point of, like, the Alicia Project was that if this could happen to me, it could happen to you. People will say, like, oh, was it on Snapchat that you met this person? Absolutely not. The internet did not have Snapchat. It didn't even have YouTube. So talking about the internet when it happened to me and it being really different and very simple as compared to when I started talking to kids, really nice, it was like, you don't need to be on the internet. And they really didn't need to be then. Social media wasn't a necessary thing. And
It's a lot more difficult now, though.
It is, because can you imagine if I got up in front of a bunch of 14-year-olds and was like, don't get online, it's dangerous.
It's literally part of their school.
Exactly. And the message has changed, and that's why it's really had to change to making good choices. Just try to think twice. Take a pause and think, is this something I should really do? I spoke in Florida at this school, and as I'm driving back, I get this email from a boy in 7th grade. And he says, you told me that I could reach out to you if there's any questions or anything that I need, and actually I really need your help. I was sexually assaulted last month, and I don't know what to do, and I don't think I want my parents to know, and help me. And of course I can't be like, oh, do this, and then I have to report that. So I reach out to his school counselor. By 4 o'clock, his mom was at the school, and he had opened up to her. They were hugging it out and comforting each other, and he had a therapy appointment by 5. But it really shows that by speaking up and by talking to kids and giving them the ability and the permission to ask for help without shame, that they're going through so much and that they do have that outlet. That this little boy may have carried this pain, may at least carried it for that month, but what could that have turned into and what could he have struggled with, which he will still struggle, but at least he's getting the help and support that he needs.
If there is anyone watching who has gone through similar things, or maybe they have experienced something that they are not yet comfortable sharing with the people around them, is there anything that you want to say, any message that you want to share?
It's so difficult because a predator's goal and an offender's goal and these people's goal is to make you feel so ashamed that you can't come forward. That is the goal, to make you feel ashamed and uncomfortable and afraid, and that your parents will be mad at you, or that your life will change, and that you'll lose them as a friend. And that's part of the manipulation. And the thing is that no matter what choices you've made, no matter what mistakes you may have made, no matter what this person has done to you or forced you to do, it's never your fault. And that it is so important for you to come forward. No matter what, it's not your fault, and what you're going to find is support and comfort. Shame is a very difficult thing to carry.
Right.
And by telling it, you'll realize that you have nothing to be ashamed about.
Good.
When I first started speaking to kids, MySpace had just become popular. Yes.
Were you in those kids' top 8?
No.
Oh.
I wasn't on MySpace. Not back then. Actually, I don't think I was on MySpace at all, now that I think. No. first started speaking to kids, MySpace had just become popular. Yes. No.
Oh.
I wasn't on MySpace. Not back then. Actually, I don't think I was on MySpace at all, now that I think about it. Yeah, nobody needs to be. Every time, they try to bring that back every so often, and we need to not ever let that happen.
MySpace is way better than Facebook.
I don't want Tom. None of us know Tom, but he's our best friend. Talking about strangers. It's all very weird.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/Padilla because sometimes existing is exhausting. My name's Anthony Padilla, and today I'll be spending a day with Calvin, an ex-cult member, to learn the truth about being born into a cult alongside his 44 siblings, the terrifying red flags that he started noticing, and what it took to actually escape this cult. By the end of this video, we'll find out if it's easy to reprogram your brain after decades of severe brainwashing, or if the process of shattering one's entire perception of the world is outright devastating or even torturous. Hello, Calvin.
Brother, so happy to be here. Love what you've done with the place.
I feel like most people are celebrating people who have been inside a cult, but they feel like there is no way I could ever find myself within a cult. Do you think that sentiment is true?
Saying, how can anybody ever get in a cult? Like, saying, how could anyone ever get in a toxic relationship? Nobody signed up to be in a toxic relationship. That's something that I think is missed a lot of times. Is, to me, the idea of cult is on a spectrum, and it can shift. It's not until you can remove yourself from it just enough to look at it and be like, holy shit, that's
What is the name of the other part of the core fundamental beliefs?
A lot of people have heard of Mormonism. There's also what is known as Mormon fundamentalism. Mormonism was founded by this guy, Joseph Smith. One of the things that Joseph Smith was there was a small group of people within the Mormon church that felt that polygamy was a divine, sacred thing that they should practice, and so they continued to do it, and they lived it privately in this underground movement. That's where I connected to your priesthood head, your file leader, and be in this bubble, and if you go into the outside world, then at the best you're in danger of losing your soul.
And this is very literal. This is not a metaphor.
One of the things that made it for me personally so incredibly challenging is not wanting to actually be damned to hell.
When you imagined leaving, you pictured yourself actually like burning and tortured.
Yeah, because the question always would come back to, like, what if I leave and I was wrong that I left? Humans are storytellers, and what makes a good cult is a really good story.
With really great rewards and
fantastic
really
punishments. Yes, exactly. So one of the rewards is if we continue to do good, if we continue to be obedient, then we ourselves can someday be a god.
Literally, you become a god.
How meaningful that can feel, like when you're in that, like, I can grow and become this. That sounds so cool. And then the other side, because we've been given so much, judged based on what you're given. So you're either gonna have the kingdom of God and be amazing, or nothing, or worse. And that worse is eternal pain and suffering and damnation and cast into outer darkness. One of the most sad things I heard was when my grandmother died. I heard on her deathbed she was saying, I hope I was good enough. I hope I was good enough.
And for your entire life to come down to that moment of just reflecting and hoping that you did enough.
I hope I did enough. Like, I have to earn this, and I have to strive so much, and I can strive so much, and work so hard, and not still fall short. Seeing my grandmother get to that place and, like, get to the end of her life and then be feeling that way about herself was sad.
So how many siblings do you have?
I have 44 siblings. I have more siblings than there are days in the month.
You had more siblings than there were presidents for
You're right. I have another one. When I posted the community tab post for this, asking for questions, most people were curious about this idea of living in a community of siblings, 45 siblings under one roof. Can you tell me a little bit about what that life was like? It's normal. How do we form normal? We form normal by what we are familiar with. It's all I knew. Now, on the other side of that, like, it was just fun. Typical day was getting up at 6 a.m. and going and milking the cow and weeding your section of the garden, playing basketball, just living life right there. It looks like you're living that. No, there were amazing things. Like, the very best thing was how many siblings I had. When you have as many siblings as we had, it was almost like even our family, we formed cliques. Oh, really? Yeah. I can imagine. There's the cool sibling. Yeah, totally. What was your relationship like with your parents? This is incredibly powerful because the dad is your connection to priesthood.
Fucking niggers.
Your dad is therefore the connection to God. Bingo. When you're in a culture like that, you have to, like, be passed on by your dad. Then it became less dad-child and way more authority follower. Can you get into what your dynamic was like with your mom? I had 4 moms. Which, by the way, if you do some math, my moms are freaking troop, like 12, 13 kids each. You were surrounded by multiple figures that could give you love, multiple mothers that could give you love. We were very much trained and conditioned. These are your moms. My dad hated the concept of favoritism, or using his word, interestingly enough, it's his cousin. Monogamy is like a curse word in this culture. You're gonna go and do something with one of your own blood siblings? That sounds so that sounds so monogamous. You weren't in the community. You would go out and eat at restaurants and whatnot. We did that almost zero. Who has the authority to speak truth? The priesthood. Where's the priesthood? Right here. If you want truth, why would you go outside of this? How did you know which mom was yours if you were never outright told? Because the birth mom is going to take care of her kids, like, the most. It's just like natural human instinct? Yeah. I can remember stuff when I was crawling. I remember getting my diaper changed. Believe it or not. That is a foreign concept. I remember my mom putting me in the crib and stuff like that. Don't remember her nursing, thank goodness. Don't remember that. No suckling memories. That's probably good. I love you, Mom. But God, I don't have that one. Do you think that there's anything intrinsically wrong with polygamy? No. We felt persecuted from the outside world for generations on just that one idea. So if anybody wants to have any combination of relationship, I have no view on it. Where I draw a line, when there are high stakes if you don't, where you no longer have free choice, and not choice like you can choose the good path and go to heaven, or you can choose the bad choice and go to hell. Choice is yours. Freedom! Yeah, you can choose. Despite being born into a cult, do you feel like your parents were well-intentioned? 1,000,000%. So you don't blame them for any of the behaviors that went on? Well, sometimes humans do really stupid things and painful things. Overall, yeah, and a lot of people that come from a culture like mine, absolutely well-intentioned. Doing it in the name of righteousness. The problem with that is righteousness can replace love. A memory that comes to me often, whenever I get to this place, is just like any little kid.
Oh, poor guy.
Your dad is your hero.
Poor guy.
Of course you don't talk about it. No. It's a great question. It needs to be talked about. Because right after one of my little siblings was born, he was in the hospital a long time because he was premature. And it was a big thing that he's finally home, and the family was so happy. And there was a Sunday morning, my mom was getting ready to deliver this baby a couple months prior, and my dad came in, gave me my little brother who was born, and I just remember thinking that this was such a beautiful moment. I remember feeling so lucky. And then I looked up and noticed that the energy shifted between my mom and my dad. And then I watched my dad hit my mom.
Poor guy.
And what was going on through your mind at that
Poor
moment?
guy.
Confusion.
Yeah.
Even as a young person, like you're trained to like try to compartmentalize it, or just don't just throw it away, and that was just so confusing. And what made it even more confusing, after freezing, I started screaming and bawling. And I said, "Hey, you're okay," and went and took me to get ice cream and stuff like that. And life continues on. It's how it can become so toxic,
Poor
because
guy.
it's not always bad, and that's what covers up the shit. It's just too easy that if they're a male and they hold the priesthood, forgive them. And all this bullshit statements that are ignoring the victim, let this go, so because it's just holding on to you. And all the while, silent suffering happens. It's not fair.
Did any part of that strike you as odd, or make you question, or sit in your head in a way that makes you like, I don't know if I can trust you?
That was enough to be like, that can't be cool. But I remember even questioning, I wonder what my mom must have done to deserve that.
You were almost taught to victim.
If you rile somebody up that has an authority position, then it's usually like you're the one in the wrong.
Get the fuck over there, nigger.
That you were brainwashed.
No, in fact, you're always looking at the outside world and seeing why they're wrong.
You know the truth.
Yeah, we know the truth. We're so lucky. We're so lucky. We need to pray at night and day that we got to be born into this.
I'm assuming there are lots of people watching right now who are thinking, that doesn't sound like a cult. That sounds like just a strict religion.
Things usually don't start out as a cult. They started out as a beautiful mission, a beautiful value system. A cult is
You
like
fucking niggers. I swear to God, I'm gonna kill you.
a degradation of something that was once good, and as it continued on, control became more centralized. The in-group, out-group dynamic got stronger. The stakes for leaving got more harsh, and the potential rewards for staying in usually greater. And that's what can create
Cocksucking bitches.
Was there a key moment when you realized that you really had to break down your entire belief system?
I asked if I could go to college. I remember the first conversation I had with my dad. If you want to continue to grow and learn and have knowledge, I would go to college. But just answer the question. Yeah, stuff that would help you achieve salvation. The main point as to why it's very rare in my family is you are at risk of losing your soul.
If you go to college?
You cocksucking nigger. I'm gonna slit their fucking throats, Mojang. Fucking faggots.
Converted and brainwashed.
Slice you goddamn open, you cocksuckers.
Lose your way.
How did you convince him?
I was living with my grandfather, and he's like, well, what do you want to go for? I said physics, and thought about it, and he's like, well, it's probably a good idea, because we have so many people that are in construction, and some plumbers and electricians. You don't really have anybody that knows business. So it was basically going for the community.
And you were being very honest. You did want to come back and be the business person.
Yeah, and you have to take general education. Yeah. And so one of the classes I took was a philosophy class.
I can just see how this all goes down, philosophy.
Oh, dude. This class was so cool because the entire semester was themed off of The Matrix.
I'm sure there are lots of parallels that you...
Fuck over there, cocksucker.
Was based on actually a really old story. Plato's allegory of the cave. There are these people inside of a cave, and they've been there their entire life. All of a sudden, on this wall in front of them, these shadows appear, and they make meaning as to what these shadows are, and it's everything that they just love it. Like when they see the shadows on the wall, they're like, this is heaven. Like they discuss it, they argue, like the shadows are their reality. One day, one of the people in Plato's story breaks loose from the chains, and he noticed there's a back wall, and so he walks to the back of the cave and looks behind the wall, and he sees that the shadows are being created by someone holding up some shape in front of a flame. Everything in this person's life is under question, because the shadows that he thought were real are just a projection of something else. And then he sees a crack in the wall and climbs out and goes out of the cave. So let's say he saw a shadow of a tree, then he goes out and he sees a real tree. His mind is blown. Literally, his entire identity and everything just became shattered, because everything he thought he knew was not true, and it scared him. And after it scared him, he then was like, this is awesome. There's so much more to life. But I still have friends and family down there. They need to know about this. So he goes back to the cave and they're stuck and so he's like, hey, where have you been? And he's like, oh, let me tell you, like there's this whole outside world that's crazy. And of course they have no frame of reference. So what do they think? He's gone crazy. But what could be better than the shadows that we have? They're asking, don't you understand what I'm trying to say? What I've seen, these shadows are nothing compared to what's real and what's out there. Now, they feel threatened. Well, what are you saying? Are you trying to take away our shadows? And so, because they feel threatened, they kill him. After my professor tells us that story, I thought of everything I knew to be true. Holy shit. There wasn't a single thing, not a single thing that was like a core thing that I had internally discovered. It was from my dad or the other priesthood leaders in church. It was the first thing that was like what I call the crack. That was the thing that was so incredibly unsettling. I couldn't say for certain why what I believed was actually worth believing.
Did you feel like your eyes were open? Like everything around you looked different?
That was the beginning point that casted doubt. I didn't say that this is wrong. I said, I hope it's still true.
Hope that everything that you
built
your life.
Yes. I hope it's real. So what it did is it put me in an intense study mode, curiosity mode. And I was like, if it is true, then I'll find it outside of this. Then where it really blew wide open is when I left the bubble. I left my small town in Utah. I went to an event. I shared it in this intimate group of people. I started to doubt my entire reality. And one of the people asked, what happens to people if they're wrong? Like, and he had me describe hell. And then he says, it kind of seems like that's what you're like right now. He made me see that I was agonizing almost in a hell-like way now. And
we're feeling internally what you described as an external thing.
And so all those pieces is what came together, finding things that are true like so much, and that's what led to this moment where I realized I don't believe this.
And you actually have a voice memo that you recorded that very specific moment when you did completely deconstruct it.
The day I decided, yeah.
Can you play that for us?
Sure.
Before we continue learning about the world of escaping a cult,
I don't think I am going to stay. I don't think I'm going to stay in the work.
I just wanted to take a quick moment to see how you're all feeling about these one-on-one interviews that
I think I am going to stay. I don't think I'm going to stay in the work.
I just wanted to take a quick moment to see how you're all feeling about these one-on-one interviews that I've been doing a little bit more often that allow us to really go way more in depth into some of these stories that I feel really require that extra time. The standard format that you already love for the series is not going away, though. We'll be back next week with I Spent a Day with Aromantics with 3 guests as usual. I'm really enjoying it, but it's not all about me. I want to know what you think. Leave a comment below. Now, back to the world of escaping cults.
As I record this, I'm here in my apartment in Centennial Park, Arizona. What I'm doing is reflecting on what I really want is whether or not I'm going to stay with the community, with the family, with the religion that I've been a part of for the last 29 plus years. And the thing that I think I'm concluding to, the thing that I haven't ever recorded on any way, that I think I'm going to say it here, I don't think I am going to stay. I don't think I'm going to stay in the work. The work is what a religion is called. When I sit with myself and I imagine myself 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and staying, it just doesn't feel right. I have to believe that if this place, if this religion is the one true place, God's place, if I was removed from it, I would be able to find it. But all these people searching for truth, how many of them have found the work? Really, 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 really small. In fact, when I look at the work and the religion, who's in it? Who's in it are people that have been in it. They've been born into it. It's a bunch of the same family. That's a red flag to me. And so what I'm documenting to myself, and I guess just having the courage to say to myself out loud, is it's a matter of time. I'm leaving the work.
And that's when you actually say it.
As awesome as the people
I can see the goosebumps. How does it feel hearing that back?
So freaking proud.
Can you hear everything, all the process of what you were doing?
I'm hearing the wheels turning and stuff like that, because I'm hearing myself come to things that, based on my own life experiences, going out into the world and meeting with people and stuff like that, coming to a belief system that is mine, not what somebody else taught me. And I might even be wrong.
Yeah.
And be okay with, I would rather choose this and go to hell, if that's what it meant, than believe in this other stuff that just doesn't make any goddamn sense to me.
Exactly.
You hear how long it takes you to say it, because you feel it, you know it's there, it's like on the tip of your tongue, but you're almost afraid of letting the words come out of your mouth.
If you say it, you can't take it back. You better be ready. It was still a couple of months till I told people.
You really had to come to terms with it yourself.
Yeah, I had to come to terms with myself. The biggest one that I was worried about telling was my dad. It was incredibly agonizing. I just felt that it was going to wreck him. I went over to his house and said, can we have a conversation? I went up to his room and told him. And
did he know before you told him?
No. And I just told him, and yeah, and it broke him. He asked me why, and tried to talk me out of it, and I was just like, no, I'm done. I'm out.
What was the energy in the room like?
Freeing, because telling my dad was the beginning of me truly being my own independent self that's not tied to some external source telling me how I should think, act, or behave.
Now that you've been through that, and you have that entire world to reflect on, where else do you feel like this cult-like behavior exists in everyday life?
Wherever you see community, and where it can start to turn into something not so good, as if you start to say, we're all amazing, and you're invalidating the other groups outside of you, and then where you start to elevate some centralized authority, then it can become incredibly cult-like.
It can be applied to anything. Relationships, even on a one-on-one, it can be that way.
The whole relationship thing, especially comparing it to a toxic relationship, it feels like the stakes are high either way.
Yeah, I feel like it exists around us everywhere, whether it's politics or nationalism or capitalism.
Here's another rule of cult. You only can see it from the outside. So how do you know you're not inside one?
Are you nervous at all about showing your face on camera to potentially knowing that members from your cults who are still there, even your family could see it?
I'm more comfortable in my own skin than I've literally ever been. And if somebody is offended, like that's part of life anyway.
You're going to offend someone no matter what,
the more, if I'm gonna have that anyway, and if it can potentially help somebody or give somebody else peace, whether inside or outside, I think I used to be, but I am more comfortable with that than I've ever been.
If there is anyone from your past, your family, your religion, your church that is watching, that stumbled upon this video, is there anything that you want to say to them?
Well, the one thing we know for sure is we've got this one life. This is our life to live. Really, really sit with yourself and see if this is coming from you, something that you would choose. If you were on neutral footing, would you choose the life you have now? Or was it just given? As long as you're doing what you want to do and you truly feel that you are happy and it's leading to deeper happiness, do you, boo?
What do you think is the biggest misconception about cults in general?
People that are in them must just be brainwashed. And I think it's a very
I know someone like that.
sobering and humbling thought.
It's very get out of it. Like, comment, subscribe, you guys. I'm gonna listen to some music.
You're like, like maybe I
You guys will continue this tomorrow. You fucking nigger, I'm gonna slice your goddamn throat. Fucking nigger. Oh, fuck. Very few people. Oh, very few people. I don't know, probably playing it this night. Time of night. That is so cool. Next time I'm not doing that. I feel bad. Coals, that's it. Like the video, please, and comment, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to fuck to sleep. I can't do this shit. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.